All right, I think we're good. Hopefully. Let's get the laptop audio off. So, last week we did this. Spawn an NPC, NPC goes to the pad, pad turns on, we walk over, inventory goes into the player's inventory. And all of that is working with nav meshes and sensors and stuff from Blender. We've also got this virtual grid that we can turn on and off. Each of these would be like a location that you can go and interact with. I think the biggest thing that I wouldn't say conflicted about, but the biggest thing on my mind is like the scale that I'm working with doesn't necessarily seem correct is the wrong word, but like I don't know. I don't know that I like the scale that I'm working at. I think the scale relative to the player is correct because theoretically those would be washing machines, but I guess if it's a small comic game toon style, then they could be bigger. But all the collisions work and stuff, which is cool. Let's make sure that we clicked the button. Cool. We are live. Awesome. So let's see. I'm not really sure what I want to work on today. There was a couple things that I started work on yesterday. There's another game jam that's going on, but I think I decided that I don't want to participate in that, and I'd rather just keep working on this. Ooh, did I fill out my inventory? That's interesting. We have no way to view the player's inventory. I guess viewing inventory would be interesting. So maybe we work on something that's like not a pause menu, but a inventory checking UI. Yeah, okay. StreamerBot is not connected. I was like, there's 100% we're connected, everything's good, except that the chat wasn't updating for whatever reason. So I'm going to swap out for the real chat. Hey Xavier, hey Steve. Please tell me you're working on an MGS1 top-down game. Unfortunately, I do not know what an MGS1 Metal Gear Solid. I am not working on a Metal Gear Solid game. Hey Roberto, how's it going? Wow, this is so good. Thank you. I appreciate that. The man. You have a question about generating 3D SDF textures through Blender. I don't. Well, you're free to ask. I know a little bit about SDF stuff, and I know a little bit about Blender stuff. I do not know. I do not actually know anything about using SDFs in Blender and exporting them. The player is quite big, about 2 meters in height. I do not know how many football fields this is for US people, but he floats above the... Yeah, the floating above the ground is a different issue. The floating above the ground is something that I need to figure out how to fix on non-stream time. Basically, TLDR, the issue is that Bevy to Nua, which is what I'm using for the controller. Oh no, I'm still at my Bevy Chinua is what I'm using here. And Bevy Chinua really likes having the collider on the same root element as the controller, which means that it's on the scene that contains the player because the player is GLTF. So the player here is a whole GLTF scene, including the player, right? It's got the arms are separate, the head is separate, I think the legs are separate, etc., etc. And what that results in, let's reset our scales here so we can actually see things on stream. What that results in is, I think this is in game scene, player spawn, is needing to do this. So we've got our player marker component, a whole scene bundle that is the whole player. The rigid body and the collider and the Chinua controller all need to be on the same entity. Which means that the collider isn't like transformable without moving the character. And that is not, it's not great. And my impression is that that's the way it's supposed to work currently. So theoretically, we either need to translate the player inside of the scene or figure out how to put the collider somewhere else on the player. I also don't know what that implies for putting multiple colliders on a player in case we ever want to do that. So there's a little bit of like Chinua friction in the sense of the capsule that we're using for the player is centered at 0, 0, and the player itself, I think, is floored at 0, 0 inside of the scene. And because this is on the scene and not the player, because we have to move the whole thing around, that's why that's occurring. Could I have a scene be the child of the collider? Yes. Well, so all answers are effectively yes, but with more work. And I haven't decided what I want to do for the work. Right. I haven't decided which avenue of work I want to go down to fix that stacking problem. Theoretically, this could be a child, but then the animation for Bevy Chinua is also really complicated. Well, it's not like, that's not the way I want to phrase it. It's not really complicated. It's just like 400 lines of code that is being driven by like this abstraction effectively. And if we do all of that, then the animations on the... Maybe that already works, actually, now that I'm reading the code. Because the animation player would have to be on the character. We're already running the animations on the character. The animations are not here. They're on add animation player transform. Where do we add the animation player? Anyway. So basically, yeah. Before I get too deep into that, it's more work. We can do a number of things. I think there are a number of approaches that could work. I just haven't gotten to them yet. The player is quite big, about 2 meters in height. I'm 2 meters in height. Well, I'm 206 centimeters, actually. So player is real life accurate at the moment. How did you do the player animation? It looks good. The animations are from a GLTF file, and the animations are being driven by this Bevy Chinua controller that I've been talking about. So the player has a number of like walk, run animations, etc. built into the GLTF file. And then we're using Bevy's animation player on that character, which is then being, we're using the animation blending, the animation graph from 0.14. So we can actually play multiple of the animations at a given time. And we're using the Bevy Tenua controller to drive which animation we should actually be playing. Basically, I want to use the SDF texture for particle system where positions are saved in distance fields as alpha channels and RGB channels save the movement direction of particles. I don't know how you would do that in Blender. I can see how you would do that in code. I mean, the data packing there makes total sense to me. And I think you would have to have the definitions for the SDFs in, well, I guess you don't technically need to do them on the GPU, but I would expect the SDFs to be defined in shaders already, and then accessed basically via data. What programming language is that? That's Rust. Have you already been using Blender to make assets for the game? Yes. Let me. Open. I think this one is the right one. So this is a bunch of the assets. We're using a crate called blenvy, which is really awesome. This is the level we were just looking at. The camera doesn't really match up, but that's fine. I don't use the camera from Blender when we're spawning the scene. So if we... Let's pull the game over here. So you can see how there's this bar across, that's this bar in here, and then we've got, you know, places for the NPCs to go and the floor and et cetera, et cetera. So all of this stuff is being done in Blender. This light is also defined in Blender. These boxes that we're spawning in are also defined in Blender. Those are in... They're just cubes right now, so they're not super interesting, but effectively... blenvy allows us to use a bunch of collections inside of Blender as blueprints, and then we can spawn those in arbitrarily. And that is both what's happening for the entire level as well as individual things that we spawn into the world. And then we can also do like programmatic things. Like this NPC spawning in is actually spawning in just a capsule right now, but at some point it will spawn in one of these characters as well. So we could do that today too. You suppose this can be fixed by adding the scene of children of an entity with the child scene having a translation in the y-axis. Yeah, so if we reach into the scene and we move the container for the character on the y-axis, that should also fix the issue. For the controller. Actually, we could probably just do that. It just feels a little bit awkward, I think. Yeah, it feels a little bit awkward because I feel like I should be moving the collider, not the player inside of the scene. But we should be able to do that. Let's see. Let's go to assets, not blueprints. blenvy hit alpha, by the way. We were just talking about blenvy. blenvy is the crate that we're using for, that's the pre-alpha release. blenvy is the crate that we are using for the Blender Bevy integration. So we are exporting component data out of Bevy, using it inside of Blender to apply components and stuff to different materials and meshes. And we can take avian 3D colliders, set them in Blender, and then re-export all the stuff from Blender as GLTF files, and they just show up and we spawn them as blueprints inside of Bevy. That tool is called blenvy. It just hit alpha, so there's an actual crates.io release now. For the last few weeks, we've been working off of basically the branch that would be the alpha release. Very awesome tool. Is in alpha, so if you try to use it, keep that in mind. Maybe make a backup of your blend file before you do it. But at this point, I believe most of the bugs have been fixed out. Okay, so I believe the animation player is on the character itself and not the scene. Add a spatial bundle at the same level as the collider, and the scene as a child of the spatial bundle entity. Well, those are the same thing, right? If you add a spatial bundle at the same level as the collider, that is the same entity, right? They're on the same entity. So adding the scene and the collider are at the same level right now. If you add the spatial bundle and then you put the scene under that, you are effectively doing the same thing that already exists, I guess. You could do that. That doesn't make terrible. Let me go check it out. We could do a quick test here. Actually, you know what we could do? We don't even need to do it in code, now that I think about it. Let's go into the game. We already have Inspector GUI set up. I also have like a quick start for this game, so we're just jumping directly into the level, but there is like a main menu and stuff like that. That's level 1. This is the player scene. This is the thing with the collider. If we look at the children and the children, this character is then the transform that we would need to modify. So if we move this down, I should be able to, yeah, so that should work if we can figure that out. Didn't implement jumping on controller for some reason. I should do that. So this is what, -1? Is -1 the right? I guess it's height of character, right? More or less. And then that means we probably need to fix the capsule size too. I should have looked at the character height before I closed that out. So spawn player, this scene is going to come in 0.15 on main. Yeah, half the size of the capsule sounds right to me too. Well, that's not strictly speaking true. The capsule is the wrong height, right? So the offset will be half of the size of the character, and the capsule needs to be readjusted to be the height of the character. At which point it would be half the size of the capsule. Do I use an ergonomic mouse or trackpad? I do not. I just have a mouse. This is actually G Pro Superlight 2, something like that. It is not, it's not the biggest mouse. I think it'll be bigger for other people. And a little bit of delay, so I'm just making sure that, like, for me, this mouse is very small, right? I've used bigger mice. There are bigger mice that probably work better for me in general. But this is what I've ended up with at the moment. I don't have like a trackball or anything. Scene bundle. So we need to reach into the scene bundle. In 0.15 and on mainline Bevy, this is an observer when this spawns in. So theoretically, if we wanted to, we could do like commands.spawn.observe. But that won't work currently because it's not an observer yet. I think the scene creation event is still an event reader in 0.14. So where are we doing the animation player? Game scene. I guess the animation player is added automatically for us, which means that it's probably on the root, now that I think about it, which wouldn't help. I'm trying to figure out how best to target that spot to do the transform adjustment. I think the animation player is going to be the action state. Let's go to children, entity, children, character. Okay, so the animation player is on this character, as are the example animation weights. So we should be able to do our translation there. It's a little bit awkward. Init animations, trigger on add animation player. I guess we stick it in here in this observer. So this is an on add observer for the animation player component, which is the animation player. Should we start a GoFundMe to get you a bigger mouse? No, I can I can afford a mouse if I need one. That's funny though. I do play like Fortnite and other games and stuff. So the reason I have the smaller mouse is more for that. Yeah, I don't know. My big mouse is somewhere. I think it's in my closet, honestly. On add animation player. So this is an observer that triggers when the animation player component is added to an entity, which is whenever it spawns in. So we can piggyback on that to target the transform. We have the transform here. It looks like we're actually scaling that up. Why are we scaling that up? If we don't scale that up, it gets much smaller, right? This is why you should leave comments to yourself. Okay, so the actual character size is significantly smaller, honestly. And I guess this is part of what I was talking about when it comes to scaling and not really knowing what I want to do for scale purposes. I think I can't actually modify the camera because I would need to. Oh, you know what? The camera in this game isn't it's not following the player yet. So I think we can just modify it in here. So if we go into camera and I remember which thing to click. Depth, transform, projection, FOV. FOV is going to be. So the camera is really far away. The reason is that I was trying to emulate an orthographic perspective, but also get depth of field. So theoretically, something more like this. With a slightly different depth of field calculation, because the depth of field calculation is now a little bit more wonky than I want it to be. And then the question is kind of like, how big do we actually want the character to be compared to everything else? Right? Because we can keep zooming in. It's fine. Obviously, the depth of field is not set up for this field of view. It's very, very, very specific. It's like blurring on depth of field settings. That's the other kind of annoying thing. The depth of field settings are not currently in the registry. They are on Bevy main, but I'm trying to avoid using the main branch so that the things that I do are a little bit more applicable to people who want to work with it. So this is still a little bit awkward, but it's definitely a little bit better. So if we zoom in this far, then we'll have to have the camera move with the player for sure. The FOV but yeah, so I really don't know. I don't know yet. I don't know what scale I don't know what scale I want to work at. Maybe we make this a scale of 2 instead of 3. Make it a little bit smaller, but not that small. And then the I don't think we can just get the size of it, especially via the transform. But transform translation dot y and we subtract 1 from it. Are the glowing pills supposed to be killer robots? No, so what's going on with the glowing pills here is that this is if you look at the red box is actually not the level, or it's not a, plane or whatever. It's actually a nav mesh boundary. So what the pills are doing is using that nav mesh with a randomly decided point. And the pill is basically just a test demo to make sure that the nav mesh is still working. And the nav mesh is split in half. So it's the whole red boundary, but you see it's not crossing over that wall. The reason is because the wall is actually cutting the nav mesh boundary in half. So it's a dynamically updating nav mesh boundary, which is very cool. So that's the TLDR there. The nav mesh boundary is also what we use when we spawn in these little NPCs and they go to these positions. These are supposed to be like customers. So this is the whole idea for the game is like you're running a store and the customers come in and they have inventory that you need to pick up, like it's a laundromat or something. So you take their stuff and then bring it over to, like one of the washing machines or something that you've placed. You go over here, you interact with this. You go over here, you interact with this one. Maybe this customer gets angry or something, etc. So the rainbow pills are UV mapped NPC customers. And then the red one that keeps going back along the green is just to make sure that the nav mesh is still working. It's kind of weird. Oh, they could be killer robots though. And then the nav mesh occasionally does this because sometimes so the nav mesh is based on the center point. And sometimes if you put the translation for one of these items that's using the nav mesh into a collider. So they have avian colliders on them. If you put that into the collider, then it can't move anymore. So at some point I have to adjust either the offsets that modify the nav mesh or figure out some way to get the nav mesh calculations to account for how wide something is, etc. It's kind of weird the scale change is in the animation init and not in the character spawning, but maybe you're being weird. Well, yeah, so it is weird. It's weird and I'm not sure what to do about it. Because this is a whole GLTF scene, right? So when we spawn in this character, we don't want to scale the scene. Well, not the scaling, but I guess the scaling could be done here. You're right. Let's do the scaling here. With scale 2, and then we'll get rid of the scaling down here. You're absolutely right about that one. The translation, though, I don't think we can move. So we scale 2 in all directions with height, etc. That should end us up with the same result that we just looked at. But so the one issue with that is that it's not, before we were applying the scale to just the character, right? So there's an entity, it has the GLTF scene root, and it has a collider, right? So if we scale on that entity, it applies to the collider and the scene. So that's what you're seeing here. This capsule is now significantly bigger than it was in our last iteration because it's applying to the entire entity, which means it scales the collider and it scales the scene and it would scale anything else that we put on this. So that's why the scale wasn't here before. Because we need the scale to be on the character and not on the collider. And that's an artifact of the fact that Bevy Chinua is kind of forcing us to have that collider on the root. Because normally what I would do is place the collider on a child or something like that. How difficult would it be to not use any packages besides Bevy to make a 3D game and Blender? It depends on the game. I don't think using 0 packages other than Bevy is a good goal, I would say. I don't think that improves your game at all. Like, your players don't care that it's pure Bevy or not. And Bevy is made in a specific way where Bevy itself is very modular and split into a bunch of crates. And then the ecosystem builds basically at the same level as Bevy itself. So if you use a package like blenvy, it's not changing the fact that if you wanted to, you could use regular GLTF files that you found anywhere or exported from Blender or whatever. You don't need this connection. And you can pull those in and you can start using them. But in our grid, instead of doing something like this, which will spawn the blueprint alongside any components that I've defined in Blender, you would have to pull in the GLTF file yourself, which is coincidentally also what's happening for the player right now. This is just a random GLTF file. It's not a... so that's where you get into this problem with the scene. If we had this character defined in Blender and we were pulling it in via blenvy, I could just put a scale component on the character, or I could adjust the scale myself. The reason we have to do this weird like run around a little bit to transform the scale and the positioning and stuff is because this isn't like a GLTF scene that we control from the artistic perspective. So we have to do it via code. The transformation and scale makes sense. Still not obvious is trying to find where the scale is applied. Absolutely. I agree with you on that. I can't think of a better way to do this until we start building our own character. If we have our own character, this will get fixed because we won't have to do it. Or it'll be in Blender and we can modify the value in Blender and then it won't matter. So that brings us to what's the right thing to work on next? Our character is significantly smaller now. Hey Miner, how's it going? Welcome to stream. So you can't see the player's inventory yet. So the characters have inventory. You can get that inventory. You can't do anything with the inventory. Do we do... like processing of the inventory, or we do viewing of the inventory? I'm kind of 50-50. So if you do the viewing of the inventory, then you should be able to hit like I and pop up maybe like a grid. So like a modal with a grid basically. We can't do anything with those items yet. And if we have the player put these things into machines, currently we have a virtual inventory, which means we're not like picking stuff up off the ground or whatever. That's an interesting idea as well. I guess we'll go with the inventory currently as it stands. So if we have like a machine that processes whatever items these are here, then you need to be able to go over to this and interact with it. I guess it's a little awkward if that's your control scheme though. Because right now we're going like up and down, left and right directly, which makes sense. So the camera control is based on the direction the camera is looking, or the player control is based on the direction the camera is looking right now. So up is away from camera, down is towards camera, which means that you will be kind of approaching it like this if you're using WASD. That feels a little bit weird. You can definitely get there because like each of the up, down, left, rights combinations put you in the other direction. So you can definitely get here easily. I guess these things that we're spawning have to have inventory as well, right? So let's start off with that. The grid is going to spawn one of these things. We already have an inventory component. I don't think this probably gets dynamically calculated at some point. So let's say the max item count for this is like 5. So we're just going to hard code it for the moment. And this is just going to be empty. So when we spawn in one of these things, it has an inventory. In Blender, does this have a collider? Maybe assign NVim for movement inside of the game. Inventory of detergent, water, and electrical bills. Yeah. B for bags. Nice. If I made a game, it would assign B for forced close. That's no. We're not going to include a forced close shortcut. Do you use Bevy's node bundle to build UI? UI library with macro support. I don't use either of those things at the moment. Well, I do, but not in this project. Let's see. If we run this with features with main menu, it'll take a quick second because I haven't compiled with this feature, I think, since I changed my Rust version. So all of this is done via Woodpecker and whatnot. Probably didn't actually see the animation as it came in. Oh, that's what I should have done. I should have done the long load. Let's do the long load. So I have this fake long load that I can use to kind of debug my menu stuff. So this spawns in. It takes a few seconds and then comes in. The buttons come in. There's modals and stuff. Obviously, this is not a stylized modal. It's just a modal that works. But like your game options and stuff will be in here and whatnot. And then you can click in here, start a new game. The player actually spawns in like this if you start a new game like that. And then there's a bug right now where if the window doesn't resize, the way that I'm doing the in-game UI doesn't render the buttons, but those buttons then come in as well. And then these are all clickable and whatnot. So this is Woodpecker. Woodpecker is also in alpha. You'll notice I'm using a lot of alpha stuff because this was a Bevy Game Jam project that I was working on for the Bevy 5th Game Jam. And my goal for the Game Jam was to explore new and emerging workflows and new and emerging projects. So blenvy was not released yet. Woodpecker was not released yet. Some other crates were either very, very new or weren't being used a lot. The Navmesh crate is fairly new. Stuff like that. Woodpecker is awesome. Highly suggest it. It is in alpha. You do have to use it from the Git branch right now. But it uses Velo for rendering instead of, whatever. Which allows you to do a lot of really cool stuff. And I think actually Drop Shadows just got a PR. Well, not Drop Shadows, but Blurred Rectangles just got a PR in Velo. So I'll be able to do Drop Shadows pretty soon. Assuming this gets merged. Yeah, so the main blocking concern is copying the logic into the CPU shaders. Velo now has a CPU, so it's based on compute shaders, which means it only works on web GPU on the web if you're compiling to Wasm. Works fine on desktop and etc. because compute shaders exist on desktop. The way that Velo like backwards compatibility supports other non-compute shader environments is by rendering on the CPU, which obviously has a little bit of a performance hit. So if you're building like a Velo-based full game or something, maybe that would prevent you from actually doing that on other platforms. But yeah, it looks like the main blocking concern for this PR getting merged is actually just that backup support and not actually the implementation, which is sick. Velo is really, really, really cool. There's an integration with Bevy called Bevy Velo. Woodpecker is using some similar stuff. So Bevy on the main branch is using Cosmic Text. So is Woodpecker. Uses Taffy for layout. So is Woodpecker. Velo is the big difference between the two. Yeah. This is also the spiritual successor to Kayak UI, which was something that I really liked when I started investigating UI options. So which thing are we spawning in here? We're spawning in the washing machine. Where did I put the washing machine? There it is. So the washing machine. Ooh, Xavier, you told me how to scale the UI at some point, and I think I never did that. Resolution scale? Let's try that. It's gigantic, but hopefully you can read this now. So when I click on washing machine, let's get rid of the Navmesh collection. Let's get rid of this test cube. If I use my shortcuts, why is the camera centered over here? That's really weird. That's something I need to figure out. In any case, I used to have a much more sophisticated washing machine model, but I decided to back it out. This, quote, washing machine then has an avian 3D collider constructor on it that is a cuboid and matches the lengths and whatnot. I also have some components on it. So this is called a washing machine. I can also control click events from in here using a specialized component. So this UI right here, the observer name is place item. So should probably bring this down if I'm going to demo this. We do the virtual grid and we place. Then, assuming I haven't broken it, when we get rid of the virtual grid and I make it clear what's happening, and we click on that washing machine, then we have now clicked on that element. It's run the observer for us. There's a local piece of state in running those observers. So I can actually attach click handlers to arbitrary objects inside of Blender and use them inside of Bevy, which is very cool. Very cute, very demure. So, given that, I wonder if we could just take advantage of that observer. Because that observer is currently called place item. That's not really true, though. This is a washing machine. Click. I think I don't want to name this specifically, though. I think I want to name this like machine click, machine press. Machine interact. I don't know which one I want to do here. Let's see. Where is my on-click handler? It's not in my conveniently named blenvy helpers file, which means that I've put it somewhere random. Sometimes I don't organize my code very well when we're on stream, and then I don't go and refactor it afterwards either. So just give me a second to find this observer. There we go. Blender on click. So the way this is working is it is a component with a name. And we have a component hook, which is new in 0.14. We register an on-add hook for the Blender on-click component, which is the component that we saw in the Blender UI. And given the value that we put into that string, we are firing a Blender on-click event with some observer name. In this case, I've just set it to test. I think in the future, I'll probably do some kind of enum mapping so that I am aware of what's actually going on. So in this case, we have observer name, and let's match on that observer name, right? And this is what machine interact is what we called this. And anything else, I don't know what I want to call this, rest, I guess. Let's print out an error, because this is technically an error if we have an observer that isn't handled. And this is going to be error. Let's call this just observer, I guess, to differentiate it. And then this will say unhandled, observer defined in Blender. And I think this probably has to be as stir. Yeah. And then here we are going to do this. We're going to bring this in. And if we have a machine interact observer, this will do the on-click machine. And we trigger here Blender on-click, but we could trigger anything we want here. So maybe we should trigger machine interact. And there's probably not going to be I'm thinking about whether we want to trigger targets or not. Because if we trigger targets, then we can plop the observer right here as well. Or we can make this global. It's kind of two options. We don't really have a reason to do either one right now. So let's just do machine entity here. Let's see. Refactor your code. Yeah. Do as I say, not as I do. Vibes. You are a wizard for getting beta alpha releases of packages. For you, you're just struggling getting basic things down. I mean, it comes with practice, right? Like I know a lot about Bevy and how it works, and I know a lot about Rust and how packages work. And if something goes wrong with one of the packages that I'm using, I'm very comfortable just debugging that and either filing an issue or submitting a PR. So like, I'm not the author of Woodpecker, right? But if you look at the contributors, I'm on the contributors list because when I encounter issues, you know, like it didn't have visibility the other day. So I was like, I want visibility, and I implemented visibility. And I talked with the maintainer to get that done and actually have it like mergeable and whatnot. So like that whole process is very comfortable for me. And it's a mentality that I brought over from my time in JavaScript, because JavaScript packages, I feel like if you use a JavaScript package in your app, you kind of have to be ready to maintain it on your own, right? Because JavaScript packages don't tend to have the best lifetime. Lifetimes, get it? So you kind of have to be ready to like pick up maintainership at any time. And I think from that effort, from the years of doing that, I got very, very comfortable with the idea of if something is open source and there's an actual bug, then people really appreciate you giving PRs and stuff. Machine interact, which we haven't defined yet. We still need to define the event. Entity, this is going to be derive event. So this interact with machine has a local. We don't really need the local. The local was just a test. All info interact with machine and maybe the entity. Let's just do trigger maybe. Can we do trigger? Doesn't look like we can do trigger. Do we get the full ability to rename things here? Trigger entity. Does that work? Is it not entity? Oh, it's a function, isn't it? Let's do a cargo check here. I am kind of digging myself a hole with just trying to guess. The value is not satisfied for entity. That makes sense. We'll use this magic little question mark. So this is tracing syntax. So the tracing crate, that is. Info effectively comes from the tracing crate inside of Bevy. So we get to use this special syntax that allows us to define the name of a field that we want to output as structured data. So in this case, I'm saying trigger entity. We can define what value we want that to have. And if it doesn't have a serialization, which tracing uses this capital V value type for its serialization, then we can use like the debug format for printing it out and whatnot. And then I also want to trigger the event entity. Trigger.event.machine entity, I think is the right way to write that. And I'm getting a little bit long in the tooth for this. And not sure why Rust Analyzer isn't formatting this for me. I feel like VS Code has a lot of issues with Rust format. Okay, so do I find it hard to look at alien code and understand or debug it? Sure. Yeah, of course. I think everybody does. You know, like looking at code that is completely outside of your domain is always hard, right? You always have to find ways to find a little landmark, right? Find something that you can attach to, whether that's like, maybe you had a panic in your program, right? And it has a line number, right? So you would then take that line number, that column number, and then go to the file and look at the file, look at what piece of code that is, look at what it does, and try to expand from there, right? So if you're working with unfamiliar code, completely unfamiliar code, and you have an issue, that gives you a foothold. Start at that spot, expand out from there, and then eventually you'll find where the issue is. And once you find where the issue is, you can start thinking about how to actually fix it. You feel like you should learn without packages so there's less abstraction. Well, I'm sorry to say that you don't get away from abstraction. Hi, Bucket Hat. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming to the stream. Like, not using packages doesn't mean that you are a better programmer, right? One thing that is very popular to say in other ecosystems that I've seen is like, you need to know the absolute basics, or you need to have like the computer science, like base knowledge or whatever to be able to do like an HTML form, which is just not true. On top of that, the abstractions exist for reasons, right? Like, you don't have to like React specifically, as an example, of something that people either like or don't like, right? You could prefer Vue, or you could prefer jQuery, or you could prefer raw HTML or whatever you prefer. It doesn't matter. Those abstractions, all of them, every single one exists for some reason. And if you want to just get things done, if you want to build a website, right? If you want to build something, you probably want to be using some abstractions, right? If you are building like the barest bones content website that just renders Markdown as HTML and you don't even want to deal with CSS or whatever, you know, like some, I don't know, like some Stanford.edu professor's website, you know, those tend to be like unstyled, just like text on a page. Then you don't need the abstractions. But the abstractions are there for reasons. And if you want to get things done, you can't learn everything, right? It's very easy, especially when the language enables you. It's very easy to start at a high level, see the packages, want to dive a little deeper. For example, with Bevy, right? It's really easy to start with a material, right? Impl material, a struct, you have a shader. Once you get below that, you start talking about the render graph, you start talking about some WGPU things, like, oh, look, WGPU. Maybe I don't want material. Maybe I don't want the high level APIs. Maybe I don't want the mid level APIs. Maybe I want to go look at WGPU. And you start looking at WGPU. And then you realize that WGPU is an abstraction over WGPU how. And you're like, oh, cool. Well, WGPU doesn't currently support the ray tracing APIs that, like, I don't know, Vulkan does or something. Maybe I'll implement those, and then I can use those in my Bevy app. And then you're down in like machine code somewhere, or, you know, specs and stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you enjoy that, then great. But building ray tracing support on top of WGPU how is not helping you finish a Bevy game, right? So like, do what you want to do, but acknowledge that at some level, you're going to have to stop going down the chain or stop going up the chain, and you're going to have to work at the level of abstraction that you want to actually work at and get good at using. And then learn that abstraction level, maybe one below it, maybe one above it, so that you have context. But you can't just keep going down the chain and then learn everything. It just won't work. There's too much to know. Do you think it's possible to be as productive in Bevy as one would be in a game engine with an editor, with a visual GUI for development? I think it's possible. I think it depends on the game as well. There are games for which the current level of like using Blender like we are right now, and using Bevy is fine. It's productive, right? Like I can go in here. You see all of these components, right? I just changed the name of a Blender on-click component that's going to fire an observer. It's fine, right? Like it works. And the benefit of this is that Blender is already built. It is a far richer 3D suite than, you know, I would be able to build in the next 6 months. You know, it's like, it's a multi-decade piece of software. It's very, very deep. So I think in some ways, yes, and in other ways, no. I think you can be. Your question is, do you think it's possible to be as productive in Bevy? I think it is possible. I don't necessarily think that everybody will reach that level of productivity. I don't necessarily think that everybody should want to, you know, work with Bevy the way it is today. I think that Bevy has to supply an editor at some point. I think that people are working on it. People know that. It's just like, what level do you want to work on? Like we were just talking about, right? Is it fine for you to work inside of Blender and then write Rust? Or are you somebody who doesn't know Rust at all and doesn't want to? You know? You just have to choose what level you're comfortable with. And I think you can be as productive as you want to be, right? Scrolling down a little bit. Yeah, you'll use abstraction, but it'll be an abstraction I wrote so I understand it well. I don't really agree with that, but I'll check the other messages before coming back to it. The only language with no hidden behavior or abstraction is Fortran. I don't think that's true. I think any programming language is an abstraction. If you're writing something that isn't gluing pieces of silicon together, then you're using an abstraction, right? And that's kind of what I'm getting at. If you keep going down and you go, like we were just talking about, go from Bevy high-level material APIs down through WGPU into WGPU HAL, like eventually you get to the point where like, what if I was just building my own GPU? And you're like, that's not useful for building a Bevy game. It's great if you want to get into building GPUs. It's not useful at all for shipping a Bevy game. So like if you get too far away in any direction, either higher level or lower level from the problem domain that you're trying to solve, it's not useful. And I wouldn't, if somebody was interested in knowing a whole bunch of different stuff, I would never tell them not to. But if your goal is to like ship a game, building a GPU is not the abstraction level you want to be at. Compiler error is better than undefined behavior. Absolutely. Your main problem is the time it takes to design something before even starting coding. If you design as you code, that will be slow. Yeah, 50-50, I think. I think that that's kind of a personal preference. Like, there's definitely arguments for designing up front. There's definitely arguments for doing something a little bit more interactively. C++/Rust abstractions allow you to separate usage from implementation to make APIs easy to use correctly and difficult to use incorrectly at zero cost. But you have to learn those abstractions, so this makes a different learning curve. Yeah, I think that there's a reason I'm using Rust. I really like the way that it produces abstractions that don't pin me down later into, you know, performance issues and stuff. But it's also really nice for people who really care about building that infrastructure stuff. Will build it with those performance considerations in mind, which means that my application code actually can be kind of shitty. Like, the nice part of Rust being so performance focused and people caring so much about it in the ecosystem is not actually that I also have to care about it, but that I get to benefit from that work. And thus I can write code that takes more shortcuts and still end up with a really performant game, you know, like that kind of vibe. And if I want to get into performance, then I totally can, which is one of the benefits of Rust. But like, I think the real benefit is that you don't have to start out like caring about it. Then you can measure, and if something is an issue, then you can optimize it. And in my experience, when you optimize Rust code, it like stays optimized, right? Whereas I've worked in some other ecosystems where that's not really true. You'll be making simple games. That's a great idea. Game works on any platform. Also, you can't run this game without GPU shipped on it. Yeah. If you build your own GPU and then build a game that runs on that GPU, it may not work on any other platform. Considering Bevy is still, quote, experimental, do you find yourself often looking for workarounds that lead you to not making the game using Bevy? I think that there are definitely games that Bevy is either good or not good at. Personally, I sit in a camp of early adopters and people who are comfortable building abstractions. So part of the joy that I get out of being part of Bevy is that I can just write like a crate and publish it and whatnot. Like, for example, this crate right here. This is not officially announced yet, but so I use a lot of Kenny assets in like workshops and videos and stuff like that. And obviously, like, well, maybe not obviously, but like the way that texture atlases work in Bevy is it's really easy to do a grid-based texture atlas, right? 5x5 grid, all evenly spaced, whatever. Kenny doesn't ship sprite sheets that are shaped like that. I think I have an example here. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Actually, it's in that, I don't know why I'm looking for something else. It's in that literal directory. So if I look at this, right? This is not packed into a grid, right? This is packed much more tightly. So you have to read this XML sheet and build up your own texture atlas to make this work by default inside of a Bevy game. Like it can totally work. It's fine. But you still have to write like, not XML parsing code per se, but you have to translate this into something that will work with a texture atlas, right? So this library just writes that code. It writes an asset loader that takes this XML file, looks for that PNG, creates a texture atlas, and then you can just use it. And I'm really comfortable doing things like that, like building small things like this, building, you know, abstractions or whatever. And I find that really enjoyable. So when it comes to, do I find myself looking for workarounds? I find myself wanting to build the things that are missing, right? So personally for me, I really want to focus on finishing games and shipping them on Steam. That's my overarching goal over the next like 2 or 3 months. But if something didn't exist and was truly needed, I would take the time to build it. So is that your situation or not? You know, I think there's a wider group of people for whom using Godot is a better option, right? If you want to build a regular 2D platformer and it's tile based and doesn't have any special controls and doesn't have any special rendering concerns and is like literally just a 2D platformer, bog standard, don't even have to modify anything, Godot is probably better, right? If you want to dig into rendering, I'm actually literally writing this video. I'm writing a large video for like, what is Bevy? Should you use it, etc. And basically the section that I have down here is like, Bevy is pre 1.0. It has certain strengths. Its strength is it's open source. It's extremely modular. You can reach into the renderer if you want to. What else did I end up writing here? Like the advanced CSS, or the advanced CSS, the advanced ECS is a really big win, I think. For various reasons, and I get into that in the rest of the video. And if your game fits into one of those categories, then it's a great fit for Bevy currently. If your game doesn't fit into those, and like I said, you're building a bog standard 2D platformer, I actually started building I think this is it. Hopefully this doesn't like leak some random shit. Let's do it in an incognito window. Oh great, NAD. This is how to make a video game Godot beginner tutorial. This is a 2D platformer. This kind of gets across the idea that I mean. I started making a video that was a corollary to this in Bevy. I think it's fine. You can totally do it. Would I choose it if that was my goal and I didn't want to work in Rust and I didn't want to do any of this other stuff? I don't know. You know, it's kind of up to you. Steve says, don't want to read alien code. Sorry for clogging up the feed. No, you're good. This is part of what stream is for answering questions, talking to people, whatnot. Hukasu says, an argument I heard once is if you're making a graphically impressive game, you would probably want to make your own render graph and stuff. If you're making an FPS, you probably want to make the FPS controller yourself. The make by yourself, the primary part of the game, and then other parts you can use packages. Yeah. So on that thread, should you use Bevy? Well, if the things that Bevy is really good at matter to you, then Bevy is a good option that you should look at. If the things that Bevy is really good at don't matter to you, and you want things like a visual editor built in, then maybe you shouldn't. You know? I think that there are arguments both ways. I think you can be very productive in Bevy. I think you could be very productive in other engines. Like, I'm not an engine absolutist or whatever. I think Godot is great. There's no reason not to, right? Bevy is not the be-all, end-all of engines. And it never will be, right? Like, it might be much bigger than it is now, but it'll never be like the one true engine, right? That just isn't going to exist. So, like, if Bevy does what you want it to do, then use it. If it doesn't do what you want it to do, consider something else. Anyway, that was a really long-winded answer to that question. And we are doing machine interact click handling. That's what we're doing. Let me write this observer so that it actually, we have something to run. Dot observe. Did I call this machine interact? I called this interact with machine. The perennial problem that you will never get away from is naming things. You will always have to name things and remember what names you named them. Okay, interact with machine, and then this is on click. This will trigger interact with that entity. So let's cargo run. I'm going to skip the main menu this time. Observe. Yeah, I saw that. You can see Bevy being like Blender in the future. I don't know. I think that I think it's really interesting to consider that Blender is a dedicated 3D piece of software, and that there's a design space for having 3D support in editor, in engine. And there's also an argument for specialist tools are always going to be better at doing 3D stuff than an in-engine editor, right? Like, I don't think Bevy is ever going to beat Blender for doing 3D work. It might beat Blender for being a 3D engine integrated package. That's possible. Which is the same kind of thing that like Godot and whatever are trying to do, right? It's not trying to necessarily beat Blender at being a 3D editor. It's trying to beat Blender at being an editor for the Godot game engine. Two different goals, right? So I don't think Blender ever goes away, right? Bevy is not going to obsolete Blender in any reason. Oh, you mean in scale? Yeah. I think the Bevy's growth is huge. I was looking at the star history. Bevy. No, Bevy engine. Bevy. I was looking at the star history, and the star history is just like wild. And you compare it to something like I think this is the repo. Dang, I got it wrong. I think this is actually the, yeah, okay. Here's the graph. Like Bevy compared to other ECS projects. I think Bevy is growing, is really all the takeaway is here. So from a size perspective, yeah, I think Bevy could grow to be just as big as Blender. It'll take some time though. I think Bevy has its own use case where no other engines currently do very well. Still, it won't really be a good replacement for other mainstream engines in their own standard use cases. I think that, yeah, different engines are always going to be good at different things. I think that, there's basically like 3 mainstream engines right now, right? Like Unreal, Unity, and Godot. That's like, if you said Unreal, Unity, and Godot were the engines to choose from, I think that's non-controversial, right? Some people might include, what's the other one? Game Maker Studio or something like that. Something a little bit more artist-sided. But I think the conclusion that I know, or that I've come to, is that Bevy can be on that level as well. Bevy is a potential 4th entry there. That doesn't mean that it will be better than the others in the same way that none of the current ones are better than the others, right? Like, you wouldn't say Godot is better than Unity. Well, you might, but like Unreal is better than Godot at high resolution, high density, realistic environments. You can only be specific. You know, you can't say Unreal Engine is better than Godot. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work on that level. It works on the very specific level of like, I want to build a super realistic game, and thus Unreal Engine is going to be like, you know, a better choice for that for XYZ reasons. Let's place this, and I believe that I've messed up the click handling in the middle of talking. Let's get, it's not what I typed at all. What's going on there? I think my keyboard is messing up. Blender, on the other hand, offers solutions to most use cases that the Autodesk 3D suite caters to. Rust type safety keeps me drawn to Bevy. Yeah, definitely. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Seen you before. Welcome back. What's up with Ambient Run Ambient? They launched and then I don't know what happened to them. I don't really track them that often. I don't think they're open source either, are they? Like they launched here. They got a bunch of buzz when they launched, and then they kind of like started flattening off a little bit, which is like what happens after a launch, right? Like, look at this in 3 years and it'll show a different graph. But I don't know. I haven't seen much about Ambient lately. Yeah, it seems to be moving to the first character after I type. Yes, it does. And I don't know why that was, but it was definitely like I disconnected my keyboard and reconnected it, and it's fine now. So I don't know. Something was off. Some state got corrupted in my keyboard. Speaking of abstractions. Is the stream stuttering for anyone else? Is it stuttering for... Yeah, is it stuttering for anyone else? Rust and ECS is what you're excited for learning Bevy. I mean, if you're excited to learn it, then definitely use it, right? Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback, y'all. Appreciate it. Blender on click for the washing machine. It's still got the place name, so we didn't actually write it out. Let me take a look at our blueprints. And we've got the washing machine here. Let me delete this. And let me save here. And let me make sure that this rewrote out. It did rewrite out. Okay, maybe I just didn't save earlier. That's possible. Virtual grid, place, turn the grid off, click, and now we've got interact with. So we wrote our logging code earlier. This is the interact with machine logging code. You can see how the trigger entity that we defined earlier gets inserted here as structured data. So its trigger entity equals the debug output of an entity. This happens to be the placeholder entity because it's a global observer. This is not going to be the way that it works in the future. There's going to be a static differentiation between global and like entity-based observers. This is a temporary placeholder ID, which is like U32 max. And then we've got event entity here, which also has the debug for the other entity. So you can see how there is an entity here associated with the observer, but also our event has some data inside of it, and we want to use that data. Worse than stuttering, I fell into a compiler bug that I don't know how to work around. Well, that is something I can't fix for you at the moment. Okay, so we get this observer, machine interact. Machine interact is going to run, and then we're going to query for what? Inventory? I think we just probably transfer the inventory for now. Like just grab the player's inventory, throw it into the machine when we click, and then we can do UI stuff later. That's going to be a section in the video too, and I'm going to say, don't do it. I'm going to say I've seen so much pain from people doing that. Actually saw a really good explanation of it. So I'll say this. I don't want to take up the whole stream with it, but I'll say this like once. Basically, the thing with those tools is that normally you might spend like an hour working on it, right? Getting it to work or whatever. And then like, because you've written it, maybe you spend, like 10 minutes debugging it or something like that, right? You wrote it. There's an issue, you fix it. With AI, and this is from, I saw this, Pirate Software did this specifically, this explanation that I saw like yesterday. I think it's a great explanation. So if you were going to do the work, you would spend an hour figuring it out and then like 10 minutes debugging it or whatever, and it would work. And with these AI tools, you end up getting an answer in like 1 minute, and then you spend like 3 hours debugging it. And everyone focuses on 1 minute. Everyone that uses them, everyone that is like, this is so great, is like, look, I got a result in 1 minute. While ignoring the fact that you end up spending so much extra time debugging. And then even then, because you didn't understand this code in the first place, because you got it from whatever tool, you might end up having to do this work on top anyway. So now you've spent not only the 3 hours debugging this, but also the time to actually do it. So you've wasted a whole bunch more time by using this extra tool that doesn't give you the right answer in the first place. And it's particularly bad for Bevy because Bevy does a release every 3 months, and these tools don't have Bevy's APIs that are current in their databases. I'm calling it a database. It's not a database, but like they don't have the updated APIs. So what you end up with is recommendations for APIs that don't exist anymore. If you're not used to using Bevy, you won't know that they don't exist. You won't understand why they don't work. You'll try to combine APIs across versions in different ways, and you'll end up spending so much time debugging this thing that you got that it's just not worth it. I've seen so many people at that intersection of like generated the thing 10 times, got to something that somewhat kind of looks like it could run, and then starts asking questions, and they don't understand how to accept the answers because they didn't understand the code in the first place. It's not a good situation to get yourself into. Also, the other thing that I'll point out, if you want to know how Bevy works, go to the examples directory inside of Bevy, which literally has hundreds of examples for a whole bunch of different stuff. You know, it's not full coverage of the API. You know, there are some things that aren't in here, but like, if you're trying to figure something out, there's probably an example that covers it. If there isn't, there are people who know how to do it in the Discord. You will get better usage out of your time going through the examples and asking in Discord. Also, up-to-date examples. Yes, they're all maintained, right? They're all 0.14 examples guaranteed to work. Zero two 7.5 error evaluating the requirement into iterator. What is 2.7.5? Also, if you didn't know, the error codes for the REST compiler are all available on the web. An evaluation of a trait requirement overflowed. Oh, that's a trait resolution overflow error? That's awful. Recursive trait requirement. Okay. Consider changing your trait bounds so they're less self-referential. Yes, Rust Explain will also do it. I like the web version of it because you can say, hey, here's the thing that I had. Here's the error that I saw, right? So anyway, so we have this click happening. The inventory is here. We already deal with the inventory in, I think, the customer NPC stuff. Yeah, we define inventory in here. And we have detect customer drop off, which already does this kind of inventory shuffling. But we want, do we want the detect customer drop off? Yes, I think we do. I think we want the next one. I think we want detect pickup. So detect pickup, I was going to grab this code and pull it over. I also refactored this code. So if you were on stream the other day when we wrote this, we were doing some draining and stuff, or we weren't doing some draining and stuff. We rewrote it to be drain, and I rewrote it to have a couple less if expressions. So now what we do when we're trying to transfer the inventory is just construct a range from 0 to some number, the minimum of available space. If this is an empty range, no items will transfer because the empty range can be propagated through the rest of the code and everything works. Your trait and code is fine, but adding a use statement triggers the error? Ew. Eek. I don't think I need this hash set here anymore. I think I just forgot to remove that. We're not going to do sensors. We're not going to do the ready light. Let's get rid of the ready light. I don't think we actually use that here anyway. The customer isn't what we want. We want the player. The customer will turn into machine. So we will need with washing machine in this case. We're going to have to make this a little bit more generic in the future, but I'm just going to hard code it for the moment. So we'll do, this will only work for like machines that are washing machines. for the given. I thought that was a component, but maybe it wasn't. It is. It's in game scene. Is it not exported? Is that why? It is not exported. We will export that. Rust is hard until you can figure out you can arc mutex t or rc ref cell t or read write lock. I don't know that I need those types all that much. I know that there are some domains that need them. I think especially if you're working with Bevy, you probably don't touch those really at all. We don't need colliding entities. Pickup locations. We don't need the colliding entities because we're clicking on this. The player's inventory we will need. Since we're getting inventory in both of these, we will want without washing machine. I'm thinking about translating these inventories at some point to use Airy, which is an entity relations crate. But this is fine for the moment. So inside of here, we need to do something like this. The code that we really want to run is down here with the available space calculation and whatnot. So this is pickup entities that we don't need. This is the player entity and the inventory, which we do need. I think we need to do this again for the machine. So we've got the machine here with washing machine inventory. We've got the trigger. The trigger will have our entity. So we don't need that. Is this machine? This is a machine query. This is not going to be get single mute. This is going to be get mute. And we're going to pass in trigger.event.entity. Or I guess it's machine entity, isn't it? Machine entity. So we're getting the machine entry. Well, let me back up a sec. If you haven't worked with Bevy before, one of the things that is really insightful is to think of your game as a database, right? So one thing that Bevy lets you do is query all of the things in your database. What we are doing here is we're querying for all of the entities with an inventory that are labeled with washing machine, and also for all of the entities and inventories that have a player and aren't washing machine. So in this case, we have these two effectively like SQL queries for these columns in these tables. And we can then do, okay, so there's only going to be one player, so we'll only have a single row. It's basically like single.getOne, right? Or a SQL.getOne, not single.getOne. And then for the machines, because we have a bunch of, I should name this machines and not machine so that I don't confuse myself. But for the machines, we can then get a specific row ID from that set of machines, and it will give you back the things that you queried for that ID. Thinking about things like this is one of the big kind of like mental mind-blowing things about Bevy, because you get to just say like, there are entities and there are components, there are systems that operate on those, and in those systems you can query for any of the data in your game at all of it. You can query for all of it, which means that if you want to write a function that operates on this piece of data and that piece of data for these entities, you can just do that in that location without having to add it to like some player God object or something, which is actually really fantastic. I really like that part. So we've got the player entity, we've got the machine entity. We already had the machine entity. I guess we don't really need it here. So, not for the colliding entities, because we know we already have the ones that need it. We'll be able to get rid of all of that. So these two things and this get to go away. And this is not customer inventory. This is machine inventory, right? So I think this is actually player inventory. We need to go the other direction, because we're going from player to machine. So here we'll do machine inventory. And this is now code that I've written a couple times, so maybe I'll abstract it into a function later. And what we will do is run format on the command line, because apparently VS Code doesn't want to handle it. So the available space is the machine inventory max item count minus the amount of items that the machine inventory currently has. Probably because these are like washing machines, they probably lock when they're doing work. So we'll have to do that at some point. So that would be another check for like, is this thing locked or not? The player inventory. So 0 ... player inventory items or available space. So if the player has So here's the available space to put into the machine. This is the amount of items that the player has to put in. This is us draining the items out of the player inventory, and this is us putting them into the machine inventory. So theoretically, this observer, when we click, should translate everything into the machine. And we'll be able to see that with Bevy Inspector eGUI. Every arc or RC will be a point of slowdown. Not due to the arc or RC, but the mutexes. Channels are really popular, yes. What Trevor is saying. Can get a little zoom in here. Okay, so we need to find the player. The player, I think, has an inventory, right? So this is our inventory right here. It's a little bit small for stream to see, but we'll spawn an NPC, which goes here. This will collect it. We now have 2 items in our inventory. Let's make a machine that we can go interact with. And like, I don't know, our player's running over to it. There's no spatial awareness here. So if we click this, the player inventory empties. And the washing machine should be full of items. Which it is. Which include a suit and a pen. So at some point we're going to have to be like, oh yeah, if you have a pen that has ink in with your suit in the washing machine, then it gets dirty. And then when you take it out, you've now stained the suit. So when you give it back to the customer's like 2 stars, you know, like that kind of vibe. Why is there a shadow under the square where the NPC stands? Because the, I could just show it actually. Because the height of that is not flat. This is the platform. So there's a shadow there because, and one thing that's useful to note is that this is just like there for debug purposes. So this will not be visible when the game is actually running in its final state, right? This is just a thing there that can calculate whether there is something standing there or not. And there's one on both sides, so the NPC stands on one, player stands on the other, which forces you to kind of like go over to the counter to deal with the customer. And then you have to put this in there. So maybe we do like you can click on this if you're in a specific radius kind of vibe. That would be kind of cool. That would probably involve a sensor on the player to detect whether the entity is in that sensor or not. Because I think we don't want to allow a player to interact with something if they aren't standing near it. And the other thing that's going to become important pretty soon is like, if we are here and we're standing next to one of the machines or not standing next to one of the machines and we try to click on one, we'll have to do some kind of like visualization of the range. So let's see, where is the... And I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I probably do need to refactor some of this stuff. Which I think is actually an important point, because a lot of people say that you can't write crappy code in Rust and get away with it. And you absolutely can write crappy code in Rust and get away with it. There are still safety benefits, even if you're writing your logic in a completely messy, all over the place kind of way. So here's our player. We're doing the animation bundle, or the animation. Here's the inventory. Where do we want to put the sensor? We can't put the sensor here. We have to put it on a child at least. So I think the scene also adds children, which means that we'll do with child. Actually, is with child in? I think with child is in main. It's not in 0.14. So with children, builder.spawn. In this case, we'll do collider circle cylinder. Cylinder? Does cylinder probably. Radius of, I don't know, let's say 3. Height of, let's say 0.1. We'll name this sensor. This will have a marker component called player machine range sensor. This needs to be created because this doesn't currently exist. So we'll put it right above this system since it's only being used here for the moment, which is how I keep getting myself stuck into where is that thing by putting things right here all the time. So this is going to be a component. This is player machine range sensor. Collider cylinder 3.1 sensor. I think that's enough. What should I do if I start a new project and I feel overwhelmed by the amount of stuff to be done, and how do you motivate to do that work? I think is the rest of that. Also, here's our little area. I think that's a good area. I'm going to keep that distance. That seems fine. I think if you're overwhelmed by the size of a project, then you have to bite smaller pieces off of that project. And I think a good example is what I do every weekend on Saturdays, actually. Every Saturday we don't go, oh, what is the whole game? And we don't work on the whole game, right? As I'm talking to everybody and as we're having conversations and answering random bevy questions and whatever, I'm just working on like one specific piece, right? Last week it was the spawning of NPCs and the transfer of inventory, so we had to create inventory. This week it is how do you get the inventory from the player into a machine? Maybe next week it'll be like timers for the machines and the work being done and stuff like that. The other thing that I'll say is if you feel overwhelmed and even biting off small pieces feels like too much, build a smaller game. Cut scope. Just get rid of stuff. Doesn't matter. The lowest points of motivation that I've found myself at are the points when I'm not shipping anything, right? Which is why I've been shipping, videos continuously for so long. If I don't ship a video, if I don't make a video, if I don't do something and ship it and make it and complete it, I start to feel like it's worthless, which isn't true. But I start to feel like the project is worthless, that I should not even ship it, et cetera, et cetera. So that's my advice. Make smaller things, bite off smaller pieces, chop big things into smaller things and build up from there. And if you still feel overwhelmed, cut scope and make smaller things in general. Like, don't just chop them up into small blocks, but chop off entire like tree branches. Just like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do this. Like I could do, this is supposed to be like an Overcooked style game, right? I could be doing multiplayer. I cut multiplayer out. I am not doing multiplayer. That is too much extra work. I will not ship the game if I add multiplayer to it at this point in time. So that's my advice. Basically, make smaller stuff, ship smaller stuff. Continually do that over time and you will have a big thing. I wonder how much more messy we can write code because of Bevy hiding so much of Rust's complexity. I don't really think of Rust as complex. Tailing on to the other thing, you find it helpful to leave yourself something super easy to do for the beginning of the next coding session? Yes. That is also a great technique. Something like leaving your program in a trivially broken state, like something that's easy to fix, gives you a good starting point for the next time you work on it. Not like intentionally breaking your game, but like maybe I don't finish, this little sensor that we're working on right now. Maybe I leave that for tomorrow. That kind of thing. Because that's a small thing, right? We've already got a grid. I can place these things down. We can spawn NPCs. I think that I need to jump over this, get the inventory. And then like the one thing that I need to do here is determine whether the player is in range or not, right? So in this case, we can click and it'll just work. And the thing that I need to do is here, it should not work, should not transfer if I'm this far away, which is a fairly simple thing. It's not a long piece of work. It's not a huge chunk. It's just there's one more thing to do. I start there and then you get into deeper stuff. I don't actually know if that cylinder is colliding. I probably should put a spatial bundle on this, right? From XYZ, we're going to do 0. And I'm going to do negative 0.2, I think. I'm just going to lower the cylinder a little bit. This is what we were talking about earlier, where what if we could put the scene as the child and then start modifying where the scene was? In your opinion, what's the current best nav mesh solution? You're currently messing with oxidized navigation. I think that's oxidized. I can't remember the name of it. Also, there's a little heart in the corner of my chat that blocks like exactly that word. I've been working lately with Blue Navigator. I don't want to say that oxidized navigation is bad, so don't take that as that. But there's oxidized navigation. So oxidized navigation is this repo, which integrates with landmass too. I don't know that much about this one. I'm going to be honest. So don't take anything that I say as like, this is bad, just to be clear. But the one that I've been using lately if I don't misspell it, and Google lets me not search for a blue navigator, is this one by Francois. So this one is really nice. It has WASM demos. So you can go check this out, see if it works for you. This has been working out pretty well for me. I've used it in a couple of projects at this point. The Bevy Game Jam project, some other smaller stuff. Yeah, I don't know that I would compare the two. I don't think I have that experience right now. I don't have the experience with oxidized navigation. So I wouldn't necessarily say one is the best over the other, just that I'm using this one and it works pretty well and I like it. It also grew an avian support for avian colliders fairly recently. So this is a drop due to gravity and a nav mesh defined by these blue circles. Well, the nav mesh isn't defined by the blue circles. The blue circles are avian colliders that the nav mesh then automatically calculates for. And then the pulling back up is the nav mesh working. The falling down is gravity. Pulling up is nav mesh. This one is also going to get layers soon, it sounds like. I don't know if that's fully implemented or not yet. I've been loading nav meshes from Blender as well with this one. In this case, there is a demo to load from a GLTF file, but I've been exporting my GLTF files from Blender and using them directly like that. Yeah. And it can do dynamic updating, which is great. So I wouldn't necessarily say one is better than the other because I don't have experience with oxidized navigation. But yeah, where was I? Oh, right, the clicks. So we've got the sensor. The sensor is this. We go back to our that's the one that requires a separate invisible nav mesh layer, right? Yes, it is a separate thing. Like they're, in the case that I'm using it here, this red boundary defines it. So if I put something here, you can see it actually creating the nav mesh around that. I will say there is a current, I think the bug still exists. I haven't updated fairly recently. There is an issue where if you predefine the nav mesh and you also want to work with it dynamically, it won't retain the original shape. It requires you to define new bounds, which I think is being worked on and fixed, as I understand it. But yeah. Okay, so we're not detecting pickup. Where did I put the other code? Grid. Okay, so interact with machine. This will trigger this. This needs to do the calculation, I think. So let's do player machine sensor, which will be a query for the player machine sensor. We need to bring that in. We need to bring this in. So this will give us the colliding entities with the sensor that is the player. This will be a thing that we can handle here. We don't need to get single mute. This will just be get single. Expected exactly one player sensor. So now we have the player sensor. This is not player, this is player machine sensor, which will change that type to colliding entities. And then when we go to if colliding entities, right? Actually, I already forgot what I named that. If player sensor dot contains, right? Machine entity, then we're good. Otherwise, I had the reference there. Otherwise, I don't know. Fire invalid machine choice by range. So this will be like commands.trigger. We have the sensor. So my thought here is we probably want to trigger. We probably wanted to trigger the player, not the sensor. Because probably what I want to do here is flash like the player range. For a second. So maybe trigger targets, right? Oh, we don't have commands here. Mute commands, and then we get to trigger targets. The event will be and the thing that I'm thinking about right now is, are there going to be multiple kinds of events I want to be able to respond to? Or do I want to trigger like an invalid range? Invalid range to object event. And then maybe we give the object entity here. So this will be the machine entity. and the target will be the player entity. And this is going to have to be, we're going to have to split out this other thing into like a new player file at some point. But we'll derive an event here, right? No, not, yeah. We'll derive an event here for invalid range to object. This will have an object, which is an entity. And this will be on the player. This will be pub. We have to import it into the other file. So on the player, we will dot observe. And I'm just going to write it in here for a second. We're going to do trigger this invalid range to object. Player tried to select something out of range. So this trigger should fire if we try to click on something that is out of range. And then we'll use that trigger to actually... Why is that wrong? So the triggers are for inventory and animations. Triggers are observers. Anything with a trigger in it is, generally speaking, an observer. I'll explain that more in a second after this runs for the first time. Or actually, triggers are hooks and observers, but yeah. So virtual grid, place something way over there, try to click on it. Player tried to select something out of range. Theoretically, if we spawn the NPC now, we should be able to grab this stuff, click on that, it's out of range. The player should still have inventory. If I can find the inventory. Yeah, player still has inventory. So clicking, we're clicking out of range. Get into range, click. So we need to figure out why this sensor is not triggering for that entity. But we'll figure that out. Oh, yeah. So anyway, hooks and observers. I actually have a video on hooks and observers. So if you don't want to listen to me explain it live, you can watch me explain it in the past. I do a lot of explaining stuff. See, view my own channel. I wish there was a easier way to grab like videos you've created. Here's the observers video. Generally speaking, goes from 0 to intermediate for observers and hooks. But the TLDR is that every hook and observer, or every observer needs to have a trigger. It needs to be the first argument currently. I think that restriction is trying to be lifted, but for now, the very first argument for an observer, this is a system-like function. So the same way that this init animations is a system, trigger needs to be the first one, but you can still access commands and queries and resources and et cetera, et cetera. Cool. So that's all good. The sensor is unfortunately not detecting the machine. So I think the next thing that I want to do to debug that is format. And then the sensor containing the machine entity. The machine entity I think is not actually the thing that contains the collider, now that I think about it. So if we go to our library in Blender, I think that what I did was I placed the collider on the mesh. I did not. Okay, I placed it on the container. So there's a collider constructor, washing machine, yada yada. This doesn't have a rigid body on it. Doesn't need one. These are static, so we can do rigid body, static, save. I think that they have to have rigid bodies. I don't feel like they have to, but it's an easy test. Spawn an NPC, spawn a machine, get rid of the virtual grid, grab the inventory. Click, tried to select out of range, check the colliding entities. So the player scene will have colliding entities. Colliding entities is not reflected, so we unfortunately cannot see it inside of Bevy Inspector eGUI. That's unfortunate. Let's go check the washing machine then to see where the collider is. I'm so confused as to what is going on with the keyboard in that context. So colliding entities for the washing machine is there. Let's look for collider. Collider's also not registered. Why is there nothing registered? I wonder if that is something we can update. I wonder if Avian did a point update and added everything to the registry. But the collider is on the root. So we should see 104v1 as the thing that we're clicking. 104v1, that's what this is. So entity index 104, generation 1, that's 104v1. So we are clicking the right thing. It does have the collider on it. It is not an issue of the rigid body, which means that it must be. Can we check the camera? Camera 3D, transform. Where's transform? I should really have a debug camera in here, honestly, now that I think about it. Okay, this is the wall. I think those are at the right size. I think these things should be colliding. Maybe my... Do I have a scale on that washing machine? Virtual grid, click. Get rid of virtual grid. I think it might actually be that the... No, that looks correct to me. hard to tell with the gizmos, but it might be over the top. That would be really strange, I feel like. But it still might be too high. Let's do that. Let's run with that guess. Player scene. Children. Entity. The first one I think is our collider. The transform on this is currently -2. Yeah, so let's do that, and then let's click and check the console. And that worked. Okay, so our sensor isn't low enough. Correctly identified that our sensor is not low enough. So let's move the sensor down. Maybe it's down the same amount as the player. Yeah. That's what I was talking about with the debug camera. Consider a non-isometric view just for checking things like that, which would be easy to do. We could pull in Bevy Flycam or something like that. So it's not like it's particularly hard. We would just need to do it. So this doesn't work. Tried to select out of range. This in range works. So the machine should now have all of the inventory. If we look for the inventory, it does. It has the suit and the pen. So that all works. It was just that the collider wasn't in the right spot. So we could... I have all the debug stuff on for physics. What if we turn that off for a second? Actually, with children builder, builder spawn, sprite bundle, maybe? Is this what I want? I don't think this is what I want. I think I want a mesh. Material mesh bundle. And this I want to be a cylinder, which I don't remember offhand how to build, so I'm going to go check out the examples. Examples, 3D shapes. Hopefully these are material meshes. Nope, they're PBR bundles. PBR bundle is fine. Let's go roll with a PBR bundle for now. The only big difference between a PBR bundle and a material mesh bundle is the ability to use custom shaders, but that is a straightforward change. So this would be cylinder default, meshes add. So shape is meshes.add cylinder. We'll just default it for the moment. Material, that's the debug material that they put in here. That's just going to be a standard material with a color. Oh, they use that UV debug texture. That's fun. Let's grab the meshes. Back up in our system arguments for spawn player. We're going to want to keep those. I'm going to leave images here, even though I don't really need it. We do need materials. Materials will be here. Materials.add standard material. This is generally going to be default for everything. There's a whole bunch of fields here, as we can see. So I'm just going to pull that back, do .. default, and do base color is going to be, let's call this red 400. I think we need to do into here. We didn't pull in Tailwind yet, so let's pull in Tailwind. The transform here is going to be the transform that we were going to use here, because that will put everything in the same spot. No rotation. No extra comma. So we now have our collider, which is a sensor, is labeled, has a PBR bundle for a mesh that would show up. Let's do something really simple, and let's just change the visibility for the moment. And we'll hide it. And we will say, when we trigger invalid range to object, we also need to query for what are we querying for? We're querying for the visibility for the sensor. I guess we could fire the sensor that was triggered as well in this event, but honestly not entirely sure how we're going to use this in the future. So just doing something simple for now. This is going to be mute because we're going to change the visibility. This is going to be, I guess for all of them, because there's really only going to be one, but it doesn't matter if we write this generically. So for mute visibility in query, which needs to be an nmute query. That's not how you spell visibility. Visibility. Visibility equals visibility visible, right? And Rust format really not helping me out inside of VS Code right now. Visibility equals visible. I also feel like I want to throw two thoughts in my head. One is that we could just change the alpha of the color, which would work, instead of doing visibility. And then we could have a constantly running system that adjusts the alpha. In that case, we could have stacking errors if you were clicking really quickly, which would be kind of fun. So maybe we don't do visibility here. Maybe we do the standard material handle. In which case, this doesn't need to be mutable. But it does need to be a reference. And we can get all of the standard materials that are available. I'm thinking this through as I'm writing it, and I'm deciding in the middle of writing it that this may not be the best. I think I want to add the extra component. So this will be visibility. We'll trigger, we'll get the query, we will get the entity as well. So we have entity and visibility. The visibility will just change. The entity will access, so commands.entity.insert what do I call this? Saturate alpha. We do need to specify the time period if we do that. I guess we need saturate alpha is going to include a timer. And the timer is going to be from seconds. From seconds. I don't want from seconds. From milliseconds. Or from duration. I guess from seconds is a F32. So we could do 0.2. And then timer mode single, right? Once. Okay, so saturate alpha over time. This is going to actually probably be very much more specific. So standard material. And it'll accept a timer. And this will be a singular thing. So we'll do a struct here, derive component for struct, saturate with timer. Cool. We need a function that will operate on this. So it will be saturate standard material alphas. And this will be a query that we don't need to be mutable. And then a materials, which we do need to be mutable. Res mute assets, standard material, which will give us access to all of these standard materials that we would need to modify. The query is going to be for this timer, because the timer will give us the relevant information. This will need to be mutable. So for timer in nmute query, timer dot, is it tick? I guess timer dot 0 dot, it's not actually the timer. We need to timer dot tick. We need res time here. And this is time dot delta dot I forget what this one is. This is just finished. So if timer dot tick delta just finished, remove component, set color alpha to 1. Otherwise, set color alpha to standard material or to timer percentage. I guess we need entity here if we're going to do this, because what we really need is entity timer, right? And then here we would do materials.get entity. This will be get mute because we're going to mutate it. So let mat equals this. This will be mute mat. Mat dot. Oh, we need to unwrap this because it'll always exist. If it doesn't exist, then we've done something horribly wrong. Color, I guess, dot base color set alpha timer dot 0 dot fraction. This needs to be, that needs to be a handle, doesn't it? So how do we get the handle? We get the handle here instead of the entity. So handle, standard material. This is one of the really nice things about treating your game as a database is you can just pull stuff out. Handle, timer needs to be mute to tick, needs to tick every time. If it just finished, then commands.entity, entity.remove, saturate standard material, and do the same thing we're doing here, except make sure that it just sets to 1. We also need commands. Why is handle an issue? Cargo run. Hopefully your car runs. Non-null usize cannot be shared between threads safely. That's weird. Let's bring this into... That's a blenvy handle? Why is that a blenvy handle? Did I bring blenvy prelude in here and it overwrote handle? No. I think that's just strange, is all that is. Wrong handle. Yeah, but Rust Analyzer is being a little weird about that handle too. I'm not exactly sure what I did here. This, if we click on it, sends me to handle, strong weak. This is inside of Bevy. So it's the right handle type. Let's continue reading the error message. The trait bound blenvy asset ID standard material from blenvy handle standard. Why is it blenvy? Why is it blenvy? That is so weird, right? Let's just specify this then for the moment. Bevy prelude handle. That feels like something got messed up in the build, not in, because this isn't really an error, right? And what I mean by that is like, this error is so odd that there's something else wrong. It's having an issue with .observe. But it's only having an issue with .observe because Oh, is there a problem with materials, you think? You think I'm using like a blenvy standard material? That would be really weird. I'll do it though. We'll just keep sort of specifying this until we make sure that there is no possible way. Let's take a look at the observer too while we're at it, because it's really weird, right? Like this is really weird. Oh, you know what? I don't have commands here. Okay, that got rid of the observer issue. That was a really strange error. Also unfortunate that we had two errors at the same time and I was kind of conflating them. But let's see. Let handle equal, or not handle, let h equals handle. Handle standard material. Materials dot get, right? A res mute assets standard material. Res mute assets standard material. That was a really strange one. Why does it need... I wonder if I'm running into some weird constraint where blenvy is trying to recurse or something. It's telling me to just do this and it will fix it. That is such a strange error. That's one of the strangest errors I've seen in a long time in Bevy. I will say you do get some strange errors if you mess up the queries. Like not to ignore that there are other errors that can be hard for people to understand, but that didn't quite work the way I wanted it to. Yeah. Definitely double reference to handle, and only reference to handle would be accepted. But I don't understand why it was showing blenvy in the error. That feels really strange. Right, there's nothing in this system at all that is blenvy related. And there is no type that I'm pulling in from blenvy because we're not pulling in the blenvy prelude. I am going to pull in all tailwind colors though. Because there's nothing in the blenvy prelude that is relevant here. So I'm really at a loss for why blenvy was being mentioned here. If I trigger it again, the trait bound blenvy asset ID standard material must implement from double shared reference handle standard material. These are all blenvy. I don't know why they're all blenvy. That's so strange. I think if you replace blenvy with bevy, this makes sense, right? The trait double reference bevy handle standard material is not implemented for asset ID standard material because it's a double reference, which makes sense. I have no idea why blenvy is showing up in this error. Let's see, to implement into blenvy asset ID blenvy standard material. You think it's re-exporting Bevy? But it's not being brought into this scope anyway, so why would it? That's the other thing that I'm not getting here. We are not actually bringing blenvy's prelude into scope or anything that is additional in blenvy, right? The only thing we're bringing in is Bevy, Avian, Tenua, Avian 3D, none of which refers to blenvy. So we're not actually bringing those types in, which means that it's guessing where that type is supposed to come from. I want to try this, which will be ridiculous. I'm just curious about this error at this point. Like, we fixed the error. We know what the error is, but I'm so fascinated by the idea that this is happening. Let me see. Blenvy. Crates, source, lib. So re-exports everything from these. Doesn't pull in those things. Blueprints would probably be the file. Re-exports everything. I bet you, yeah, okay. So it re-exports everything. All the way up. And thus must bring in asset ID for some reason. So asset ID is used here. Bevy prelude there. This is assets. Assets is being fully re-exported. So everything that we brought in via Bevy, I think gets re-exported through assets, through the blueprints mod, through the lib. So blenvy is effectively accidentally re-exporting all of Bevy. So basically, TLDR, blenvy should not be re-exporting all of Bevy. So we need to get rid of some of these stars probably in a pull request. That I'll experiment with that off stream, because that's not interesting work. But I think that what's happening here is that everything is being compressed and re-exported. So blenvy at the top level has all of the Bevy exports, which I guess theoretically could be intentional, but I doubt that's actually intentional. If I knew that was the only file, I might try it and try to change it, but I don't think I have. Yeah, okay. I did switch to the blenvy branch. This should be the alpha right now. But let's not modify that right now. That should be the alpha. I didn't install the alpha here. I have the alpha saving the files out though. Okay, so that's probably what it is. blenvy is re-exporting that stuff, and the heuristic that the Rust compiler is using looks for, I don't know, it's finding that for some reason. That's really interesting. Just going to leave a note. Blenvy, re-export, handle. Because that'll be really confusing for a new user if they run into that. So we'll have to fix that. Or try to fix that anyway. Okay, so saturate, yada yada. This needs to be actually running. So we'll just run this in update. The cylinder we saw was not actually big enough. So the cylinder here, new. I don't know which values those are though. I would love to do radius and half height, yeah. So radius is 3, half height is 0.05. So we're just trying to match what's right here. We'll run this. And then in the future, if this is the way that we're going to show errors, we can do a material mesh bundle and write a custom shader and maybe do something a little bit more fancy, like do a like interior to exterior, like kind of not impact, but like circle spread. So virtual grid, we click on this. We get the, oh, because we don't change the visibility. Let's extend the time here too. So observe, insert, this is going to be 4 seconds because we want it to be a little bit slower. And then the visibility needs to change in our system here. So we need to re-hide it after we're done. Which means we need to add the visibility here. And mute visibility. You think the compiler is picking the shorter path blenvy handle versus bevy asset handle? Interesting. Yeah, because bevy wouldn't be exporting it via bevy handle. It would be bevy prelude handle at best. Okay, so visibility. So run. That's a great example though of like I'm using alpha software and instead of being like, oh, that was weird, I'm never going to look at that again, good thing we got past it, my first thought is, how are other people going to interact with that? Okay, so the alpha isn't getting adjusted here. So I think what we need to do is alpha mode. What do we want? Multiply? You're a saint braving the alphas. I don't know. Like that one wasn't too bad. That was actually pretty reasonable, I think. So it's the opposite of what we want because we're using fraction and not, what's the other one? Fraction remaining, I guess. And then we'll make this back to 0.2 because we want it to happen fairly quickly. I don't know that multiply is the right thing. Maybe it's overlay and we choose a different color or something. Is that me in the profile photo? Yes, it is. I do look very different. I no longer have colored hair because I no longer have hair to keep around. Nice. So now we get this little effect. That's kind of like, hey, you're in the wrong spot. Interesting. Let's see. Let's do lib. You saw my LinkedIn. It's cool. I played volleyball. Yeah, that paid for my college. That paid for college, which was great. I did track in college too. It was a secondary sport to volleyball though. Where is the physics debug stuff? Maybe it's in collision layers? Physics layer, physics game scene. So I want to turn the physics debug stuff off so that we can see the actual effect. Yeah, volleyball's dope. I really like playing volleyball. I actually don't love watching volleyball. I don't really play anymore. My league, or my current league, kind of ended a little bit ago, a couple years ago, for perhaps obvious reasons that I won't talk about. That's sick. Okay, so we've got an effect that's basically like, oh no, I'm over here. And then that's the area that you actually need to be in. So we get closer and then it just works. And if you're too far, you get this kind of like effect, which is dope. And then I think that an enhancement to this effect would definitely be like starting at the center and kind of either going out or going out to in or something like that. You took up running and you love it. Nice. I have never been a huge fan of running, but I'm trying to change my mentality there. I was always an explosive sport athlete. So jumping, volleyball, high jump, javelin, that kind of thing. So the longest distance I ever ran at a time was like 200 meters. 30 seconds of effort or less. That is no longer the case for me though. So my athletics have to change. I like that effect. I think that we should put no shadow caster on that. Where's the player? Player PBR bundle. Not shadow caster. And then probably also not shadow receiver. Although I'm less convinced about that. I think shadow receiver might be applicable. What was that effect for? That effect is, so if we run the game, after I change something. So if we run the game and you're playing, right, and we spawn the NPC in and it gets to the point where it's like, hey, there's some inventory to drop off, and you're like, hey, cool, got the inventory, and you've got a machine over here that you need to drop off the inventory to, but you're too far away and you're trying to click to transfer the inventory. It'll say, hey, this is your area of effect. This is how close you have to be. So you go over here and then you click and then it doesn't show up because it was successful. So it's like an interaction distance kind of tool. So we did that via a sensor. So it's an avian 3D sensor. It's a cylinder with a very thin like sheet and a mesh. That's a cylinder that matches. Standard material, starts out hidden. When you click, we have an observer on the washing machine so that when you click it, it tries to see if it can transfer inventory. So that is here. So we click. This is defined in Blender. This triggers machine interact. Machine interact triggers interact with machine as an observer. This will try to transfer inventory if you're close enough. If you're not close enough, it fires another observer, which is the invalid ranged object event on the player. The player then receives that here and says, hey, spawn in, or not spawn in, but activate the PBR material, that's a child, that matches the sensor, which we have a different system that's running all the time to take the timer that we set on that and either set the alpha to the fraction remaining in the timer, or if it's done, remove the saturate standard material component and just be done with it. So effectively now, actually, we have a system for which we can, on any element that we place anywhere, have this same effect. As long as it has a standard material, a visibility, and we attach this saturate standard material alpha component. So we can make that happen anywhere now, which is pretty cool. Cool. So what's the next most important thing to work on? We can spawn in an NPC. We can move around and get our character to the thing, pick up the inventory. We can place machines, of which there can be multiple. We can determine whether we're close enough or not. We are not close enough to either of these currently. If we do get close enough, then we can click and the inventory transfers. The machine would then have to do some amount of work, which is going to be arbitrary, right? So the amount of work is probably just going to be some timer at the end of the day. Like, it'll look more interesting in the game, but at the end of the day, I think it'll just be some timer. And when that timer is done, you're going to need to be able to get the inventory back out and then get it back to the customer. So maybe we do that. Maybe we do the timer. We need a display for that timer, some way to communicate that, I think. What's the best way to communicate that? Probably just displaying it as a number or something, right? So let's see. Go back to game scene, spawn player. This is not the observer that we want. This is the interact with machine. Triggers. So this is when we get items in the inventory. I guess there's two things we could do. We could watch. I don't think we want to watch for inventory. I think we want to trigger this manually. So I think this is going to be another observer, right? So commands.trigger targets. And I think in the end, these observers are going to be like UI based, right? So you're going to take the inventory, you're going to put it into the machine that is supposed to do whatever it's supposed to do. And then you have to like click run on the machine or like set some settings or something, and then it'll trigger this observer. So the core piece is that we need to trigger a given machine with a start work event. I'm debating, does the start work event carry the timer? The target is going to be the machine entity, so that's easy. I don't know yet how we're going to handle all of the different kinds of work that can happen. I think for now, the machine itself will understand how to start work, and we'll just fire a generic start work event. I guess we could start work with settings in the future, right? So we'll derive component, and this will be not component, sorry. This will be event. And this will be virtual placement grid. That's the interact with machine. That's the click. This is the spawn blueprint. We're going to have to clean this up specifically at some point. And I said this last week, but I think we're going to use Leafwing Manifest for determining all sorts of things. So one of the things that we need to have kind of like a CSV for is these machines and what kind of work, etc. Where's my... we can get rid of you forever. Goodbye. We're going to do this in like a CSV. Which will end up being like, here's a bunch of machines, probably some upgrades and stuff like that. So you end up getting like a basic washing machine or like a really advanced one or like maybe a dry cleaning, whatever thing like that, right? And these will be things that can automatically handle their workloads. So here, this will get spawned in as that thing at some point, and we'll observe with work. I guess we'll call this start work, right? I'm starting to name observers in the same way that we, whatchamacallit, name the events, which is really interesting. So this will be a trigger for start work. And this is going to be on a specific entity. So we'll already have the entity. So this will be commands.entity trigger.entity.insert. Let's just call this working, I guess. We don't really have anything more specific right now, but I assume that at some point we will. So this will be working. Working will have probably its own timer, which should be probably defined on the metadata for the object or for like the struct, right? Like this thing will take 30 seconds, should probably live as a component, right? So if we do here work duration, right? I guess default work duration. Default work duration. And this will be, let's make it like 10 seconds. Do we not have a duration here? From seconds, we'll make this like 10 seconds. Oop. So we need to define this as a component. This will need to be mute commands. We'll need to query for that now, right? I guess we could do commands.entity like .get or whatever. But I think what I want to do is default work durations, query for default work duration. So then we do default work durations .get trigger.entity. And this will be the result. This needs to exist, so we'll expect it for now. Default work duration component should exist on machine. Let's do not a expect. Let's do our pattern here. So we'll do else. This will return. This expect goes away and becomes a warn. And then here we have this working component. Working will have a timer. I think a timer makes sense. And this will be working timer new duration dot 0. Timer mode once. Let's see, duration is default work duration. Default work duration doesn't hold anything here, so it needs to hold a duration. So start work as an observer. When we fire the event for the machine, it will trigger start work for that machine. It'll get the default work duration, which theoretically could be affected by upgrades and things like that. That's why I named it a default duration. And then working will get inserted here, so we'll know it's working. And then fn do work will query for anything that is working. And how do we do the display of this data? I think that for now, we'll just log it out. So for working in, this is going to have to be mute. For mute working in and mute query, working dot 0 dot tick, time dot delta dot just finished. That will be done. We do need time. So we do time, res time. Do a format maybe. Commands entity, trigger entity, insert working, timer new duration, timer mode once. And then do work is going to need to run on update. So we'll put it up here. To add systems, update, run if in state. Do I have paused in this? I do have paused. Paused, running. If the game is running, then we run the work systems. Actually, if the game is running and not paused, we run the work systems. Is paused being a substate. So do work will then query for anything that's working and the time, and it'll tick those timers and check to see if they just finished. And if they just finished, then we need to remove working. So we need the entity. Entity dot what? We need commands here. We don't have commands, so mute commands. Commands dot entity dot remove working. Commands dot entity. I guess that returns us the builder still, right? Yeah, entity commands. So we can remove working dot insert done. Does that make sense? We'll derive component. Struct done. So we'll insert done on any entity that was working and hasn't been addressed yet. At which point you will be able to, I guess, click on it to pick it up. So same thing that we did before. The state of the items probably needs to change, but we won't do that just yet. I guess we'll add a to-do. Item state must change after being worked on. Let's call this inventory item state must change after being worked on. Commands.entity remove working insert done. And then we do interact with machine. So right now, interact with machine only tries to transfer. So if you're close enough, it tries to transfer your inventory into the machine. But we probably also want to know if the work is done or not, and if the work is working or not. So this is probably not player, machines with washing machine without working. So any machine that isn't working, because you can't click on a working machine, it'll just need to keep going. I guess we could option done. I don't love doing optional stuff. So like we could do machines that are inactive and machines finished with work. That reminds me of The Sims, where you click on objects and trigger a GUI of things to do with that object. Yeah, vaguely similar. I think without working, but with done. And I think with done implies without working. So we have machines inactive and machines finished with work. I guess we call this done with work to match the component. And then we take this and we do machines get mutes. So this one will be machines inactive. And that will behave the same way as we had before. You're pretty sure this will crash at runtime? For what? For what purpose? Like as it is right now, you mean? Oh, yeah. I think that there is no differentiator between them, so I think you're right. I was thinking about that as I wrote it. And it does. So, I mean, like in this case, it wouldn't be that bad. Right? That should work, right? Yeah, option done. So machines which doesn't need to be machines anymore. This can be machines. We get entity inventory is done. So if the player sensor contains machine entity and not done is some, or I guess that's a silly way to do it. Done is none. If player sensor contains machine entity and done is some, so we could have matched on this inside of that. I decided not to. This is pickup. This is drop off into machine. This is pickup from machine. And either way, if you're too far away, then you're too far away. So pickup should do the other direction. So it'll be this, which the more that I write this specific piece of code, the more I feel like it should be a function that I abstract, because I've written it, I think, like 5 times now. So machine inventory is one thing. This now needs to be player inventory, which means that this and this needs to be machine inventory. And this doesn't need to start work anymore because there's nothing, no work to start. Wait, did I mess that up? Machine inventory. So the available space is the available space in the player inventory. The machine inventory I feel like I mixed these two up. Drain from the player, put in the machine inventory. Drain from the machine, put in the player. Does this pattern match correctly? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Player. Yeah, I think that pattern matches correctly, I believe. Hey Keith, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. So now we should be able to spawn an NPC, place a machine, get rid of the virtual grid, pick it up from here. If we are too far away, we should get warned that we're too far away. If we are close enough, we should be able to transfer in. That didn't work though. Expected exactly 1 machine. That's interesting. So let's take a look at the code. So this is the machines query. The machines query is entities, inventories with an option done with washing machine without working. And this is the interaction event, which should only be 1, right? Unless did I click twice? Is that what happened? Did I place one on top of the other? Player tried to select something out of range. That's good. So we do this. We pick up the inventory. This flashes because we're trying to select out of range. This still claims I'm out of range though. So there's something off here. You feel the red orb could be an employee you hired to help you with loading and unloading? Yeah, absolutely. I think stuff like that is interesting in the future. Right now, what I'm trying to do is kind of like the minimum. Done is on there. I'm trying to kind of do the minimum. Max item count 5. Cool. So the player should have that. This mesh is also getting triggered over and over. Should probably have a debug view that shows the inventory of everything just like in the bottom row or something. Okay, so the player has that inventory. When you pick up, this should be done too. So where is this? And this is commands dot entity machine entity dot remove done. Maybe clicking on the machine triggers the event, but also spawns a new one. No, it should stack if that were the case. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. We do still have that double stacking effect enabled. So I was thinking that that's exactly what I did accidentally. Available space equals player inventory. So I think one of the things that I want to do is, I believe this is the only place that this is occurring. Let me just make sure that this is the only place that we have this specific error message. It is. So it has to be this query. So it's the machine entity in machines where we get the entity, the inventory, and done. So entity, inventory, and option done now opens it up to being anything. But we are restricting it to the machines that are not working. So that should be fine. I wonder what all of the we also need a string here, don't we? A machine. Debug on inventory, debug on done, debug anywhere else, inventory and done. Honestly, makes sense to me. I don't have anything against having that in those places. I think inventory is in grid, right? Maybe it's in game scene. It's registered in customer NPC. That probably needs to go into its own file, honestly. Inventory is going to be shared across a whole bunch of things, not just one at any given time. So inventory here, we will debug component reflect. which should let this run. So click that there. Click, and we get on click, interact with machine, a machine here. We only have one. So if I click this again, we only have one. So if I spawn an NPC and I click, we still only have one. If I grab that stuff and I click, we only have one. If I click again, we still only have one. So it's got to be this click. And it just claimed that player was out of range. Okay, so the machine got it when I clicked it there. Maybe I clicked on the player. That was weird. Player tried to select something out of range. That is so strange. That's not what's happening, right? So that puts in washing machine. Watch the inventory here for a second, or watch the components. So a done would show up here if it was done, right? In the meantime, inventory has nothing. Inventory has suit pen. It still says player tried to select something out of range, but it's still transferred. Those are the same function, right? It's now done. So when I click, it takes it out. So the functionality is correct. It's just firing a warning? What are we iterating over? Game scene, player tried to select something out of range. So this is triggering, which means invalid ranged object is triggering, which is fired off in grid right now here. So we get interact with machine. We query for machines. We are not iterating over things. So interact with machine only fires when we have an event, which means it will fire for one machine at a time. And then interact with machine for the entity, for entity 103. Entity 103 is the only. Player tried to select something out of range. Player machine sensor. Oh, No, it wasn't working. I guess it's not true in some cases where I bet you we're not. Are we not removing working? Insert working. Remove working. Let's do info done and do info done for entity. So I'll run this, and then the chain of events should be that we put the stuff in within range. Spawn NPC, put a little grid thing over there. Pick up the inventory, get close enough. Make sure I'm not clicking my player, and then click. That was a player tried to select something out of range. Except wait, I'm being very silly about this, aren't I? Machines. Am I doing a let on the machines? No, machines get mute. Is that because theoretically it doesn't need to be there? Let's do this right before it. I'll just do get here. So my guess is this is 0, actually, for some reason. I guess I don't need to do this full screen. Enter, enter, enter. Put this over here. Spawn NPC, drop something on the grid. Grab it, run over, be in range, click it. And then this receives entity 104, generation 1, max item count 5, none. Window resize doesn't have anything to do with it. I just was going to make it full screen, and then I decided not to at the last second. So this trigger event, we get the entity. It has none. Am I logging this out in a weird way? Let OK entity. Because this log is not true. What am I doing? It must be falling through both ifs, right? Done.is. So let's do this. Info is none. Info is some. I must have just messed up my ifs here. Info, nothing. Breakpoint. I don't really need a breakpoint. I mean, I could, but virtual grid, spawn NPC, put the thing over there. There's also system stepping, which would be a valid way to do that too. Is none and nothing. So we're triggering this and we're triggering nothing. Why is that happening? Spooky. Oh, you know what I did? Wow, that is terrible. I missed else. Wow. That is the very first time that has ever bitten me in Rust. What else did you miss? Okay, machines get trigger. Okay, so that's all good. This should populate done. It is done. If we click again, we should get it is some, and then we're good. And then theoretically, we should be able to like pass it back off to the NPC that came in with it. Now, there's no way for us to track the items associated with a given NPC. That feels like a different stream's worth of functionality. So maybe we just do the other transfer. So they're still standing here, right? Which means that the sensors will still be there, which means that we can go back to our other sensors. I'll get rid of some of these logs because we don't really need them anymore. I can't believe I missed an else. Also, I don't know if that was a real question or not, or if you were just poking fun at me, Erica. But I missed this else. So I was doing an if, and then this was just if again, which is really awkward. So we have the customer NPC comes in, goes to the sensor. We can pick up the inventory from the customer. We can put it in the machine. The machine does work. When it's done, we can take it back out. And now we need to give the stuff back, which we will do via the sensors again. Which I think is in the NPC file. So that's spawn customer NPC. This is move customer. We'll do another move customer later. Detect customer drop off. Detect pickup. I think we want detect pickup in the other direction, right? Because we need both of them, but we need it reversed. So we'll do this. We will detect player return to customer pickup, because why not make it super verbose so I don't forget what I did. This has a plugin, so we'll drop this in here. So this will constantly run. And then we're clearing for all of the appropriate stuff. And everything can stay the same. I think we aren't using this code. So in the sensors, if we find a customer and the player is on, then we need to return in the other direction. So same Same qualification, which makes me feel like this could be another observer, but we'll just switch it for the moment. So this is the available space will be the customer inventory. And then the customer inventory here will be the player inventory. So this should just work now. It's just a simple reversal of what we had before. And then I guess there needs to be like a satisfied condition for the customer to get the hell out. So let's just make that a component. Entity, and this is probably going to be customer entity, right? Insert I don't want it to be done per se. I want it to be I don't know. We'll call it customer task achieved. And then we have a move customer here, right? This move customer allows us to just specify where to send it. So we should be able to just send it wherever we want. I guess we don't need that extra component then, because we can just specify, right? Like we're spawning it in here. And we just need to change this object and pick our next destination. So here we take these things, comment them out for a second, go back and take our spawning logic. We'll send it back to one of the spawners. And we will probably not need the drop-off location, right? We just need to get back to one of the spawners. Which means we need the parent here, right? Spawner entity. All of our logic for picking a random spot. That's the drop off, but we need the other way around. So I think entity, mesh, parent. We need the parent's transform. I think we do need transforms. Although the mesh is fine too. Doesn't really matter to for this purpose. So we'll just grab transform. So spawners with a entity and a transform will go all the way down here, and we will do spawners dot iter dot next. Let some entity transform equals spawner iter next, else warn no way to leave. Customer trapped in Sears department forever. And then commands we actually need to have here too. So we'll get commands. Actually, do we need commands? We do need commands. Commands. So we have the entity and the transform, and we need to insert these things onto this entity. So object will get some exit entity, or that's not exit entity, that's customer entity. Yeah, this is exit entity, and this is the, oh, that's inside. Grab this, pull it out here. This will be exit transform dot translation, which should, assuming that our other system still works, send the player out, or send the customer out when they receive their stuff. Yeah, I figured you were just being silly, but. And then we run. So we'll place a machine here to work with. We'll spawn an NPC. NPC goes to the drop-off location. We pick it up. That NPC ran away. So something else is wrong. We do this. We will get our stuff back. We need to figure out where that NPC went. This is the same set of queries. So I guess we need the NPC to be like waiting for stuff so that we don't. I think what happened is we double fired this. I think this is firing because we're looking for all the same stuff. So realistically, the customer NPC needs to have some kind of like, hey, I'm waiting for my stuff component, so that it doesn't get additionally acted on. And NPC is a thief. NPC doesn't get their stuff back unless we give them to them, so NPC can't steal anything. So that means that when we do the drop off, so detect pickup, right? Then for the NPC, customer entity dot insert waiting for stuff back. And then here we will, did I scroll up too fast? Mute commands. This will be a component, so derive component struct waiting for stuff back. This will be the filter by which we filter the other one. So this will not just be for NPCs, but this will be for NPCs that are waiting for stuff back. Leave without paying. You can't pay yet, so the whole system is free for the moment. Everybody gets free stuff. If you were to make this game animation driven, what would be the logic for it? Would you send events, create states, and what would be your go-to? What do you mean by animation driven? In this case, spawn an NPC, hope it doesn't run away this time. Grab the stuff, it is running away. So maybe that wasn't the issue. Like, how would you animate the NPCs? Bevy has something called an animation graph. That's how I'm doing the animation for the player as well. So it wouldn't be animation driven though. It would be state machine driven. If I pull this up, you can see that the character is running around here. This is all powered via the animation graph. These are all animation tracks inside of a GLTF file. There's you know, jumping, running around, whatever. There's going to be some other stuff. The capsules that I have that are like customers would be using the same animations because they'd be the same GLTF files. And the way that I'm doing that currently is I have this RON file that defines some of the animation stuff that I want to use, some of the animations. These are all just like IDs pointing into the GLTF file, along with some edges. So that comes in, and then I use the animation graph to weight them. So if you're running, moving at a specific speed or whatever, you just set the weight of the animations to be fully running, and then it just plays. So in this case, it wouldn't be like animation driven. It would be a state machine that had the player walking in to drop it off its stuff, and that would drive the animation. First sensor colliding entities, customers, sensor colliding entities contains, continue. If pickup colliding entities, you have no idea what an animation graph is, or you have no idea what a GLTF is, or like what, or a state machine. Okay, let's do info. Trying to exit, and we'll location equals transform dot translation. Because basically what's happening here is I think we're hitting this, which is giving it a location that is not the location that I want it to have. Oh, not a reference. I want it to be debug. And then we will also have exit entity. A state machine. Yeah. So with Bevy, there's one called seldom state. That's probably where I would go to look. Seldom state will explain a little bit about what state machines are. These are component-based state machines because Bevy, whatever. Basically, the idea is you have different states you can be in and different valid transitions between those states. So if you were, moving and you wanted that to be walking, then you could play a walking animation while you're in the moving state and moving at a specific speed. But as soon as you start jumping, you probably want to play a different animation. So like you can use these triggers between different states as being the triggers for how to drive those animations. Okay, so we pick this up and then we get the issue. So this is repeatedly trying to exit. Oh, there has to be, it instantly goes back. Okay. That's the issue. So because we're not tracking which customers' stuff we have and whether it's been processed or not, we don't know whether we should actually be giving it back. Without implementing that whole system, we can probably do I don't want to put a component on the player. I guess we have to associate items with the customer somehow. I don't know if that's how I want the game logic to work, though. Basically, the issue is that both entities are standing on the sensors. The items transfer from the customer to the player, and then immediately this system triggers because the customer is waiting for its stuff back. And the player has the stuff, right? Like you could just give it back immediately, but it has to be processed first. So it's an interesting thought. We could force it to be processed before you give it back. So inventory right now is just a string, right? Right, it's a vec of strings, but it could be a vec of processed state string, right? Which would be an enum for unprocessed, processed. Just speaking generically because we don't know what exactly is going to happen to these items yet. And then we derive reflect on this because we have to get it to work out. Oh boy, just the argument list of this function does not fit on screen. I also use a very thin width. I specifically use a very thin width because it works better for streaming. A lot of my systems in particular could be wider. This also needs to be debug. I also tend to think that if systems are gathering that many arguments, that it might be a sign that you should cut it into smaller systems. But that's not a strict truth either. Like, you don't have to do that. You can write it however you want. Okay, and now we need to go through 2.16 is our first update. So this is going to be a suit that is unprocessed. This reminds me of coding web forms. Like, has the user touched this yet? Has it been given in yet? Has it? All of those similar states where it's like the customer comes in with something, therefore it hasn't been touched by the store yet, which means that it is unprocessed or done or whatever, but not initiated. And then it would probably go from initiated to some other state, et cetera, et cetera. And once you put it in the machines, then it's actually changed values and feels very similar. Okay, so processed, unprocessed. These now will probably just run through because we don't actually private type because enum is private. Too many arguments and type complexity. Yeah, but those are those should be defined in your cargo toml, Xavier. That is the suggestion from the Bevy project itself. I believe I have that in here too. Maybe I didn't put it in here. I should have put it in here. I didn't. Guess I'm not hitting that issue yet. But it definitely should be
in your cargo toml. Like that is a thing that is generally applicable. Didn't work. Right, because we didn't restrict it. So we need to go back to the other system and only do this if... So two things really. The customer should at some point, which I'll leave on a to-do, customer should expect all items. So that would be a field on customer NPC at some point. And then also, this should only happen if the inventory items are processed. So let OK player inventory contains customer inventory. So if they are both there and the player inventory items iter all item state underscore state equals processed state processed. So currently, that means that you will have to completely do all of a customer's entries before you can give them back, which does mean that we are going to need to derive partial equality on this enum. And fix our references here. So state is going to be a reference. So probably better to share this rather than dereference that. Probably doesn't matter though at the end of the day. Okay. Spawn. Receive. Virtual grid. Too far away. Processing. I set this for 10 seconds, so we have to wait a second. Done for the entity. Pick back up. They are now... Why is the suit unprocessed? Two things. One is that we actually didn't implement item processing. It's not actually doing that. It's just how I set it up. So these are both unprocessed. And the thing we need to change is over in the grid, I believe, where we're doing the processing, the machine work. Right? Done. Wherever we have done. Yeah, right here where we insert done, we also need the inventory. Right? And when we put done here, we need to inventory.items dot iter. I guess we'll iter mute this. We don't really need to iter mute this. Iter.map. We're going to ignore the state. And this will be item. And then we'll return processed state, which we need to bring into scope. and this will become processed. So whatever item it is has now been processed, and then we use item, and then we collect this into what we need to collect it into, which is going to be the inventory items, not a function call. Still not a function call. And then we set items to that. We cargo format because I don't know what VS Code is doing with its life. And then we run this. Whoa. I don't know what you're saying whoa to, so I'm just... let's see. Iters, because this is probably a reference to that item, right? So really what we need is... I guess we can into iter here because we're just going to pass it back anyway. So we'll just take ownership. It's ours. That does present us with an issue because if we into iter... I'll cloned instead. Oh, because unprocessed probably doesn't implement cloned. Yeah, doesn't matter. We could do that. I'll back it up with just doing the string clone. Oh, I had a to-do for the inventory item state. Much must change after being worked on. These inventory items are going to grow into their own structs with their own state and stuff. So spawn the NPC, take it, doesn't get whatever, place the grid, get close enough to actually trigger it. Machine is working. We don't have any display for that yet, but it is working. Looks like it's done, so we'll pick it back up. These are now processed, both of them, at which point we can drop off and it runs away into 0, 0, 0, which is like not the right spot, but is the right functionality. Let's fix that as the last thing. So we need to go to, I guess, customer NPC probably. This is the inventory state. These are the pickup detections. This is our issue, right? The transform of the mesh is actually below. So we do need that parent. So the spawners with customer NPC spawner, this is on a mesh, right? We can check Blender. So we'll go to level 1. Level 1, this is our spawner, which is here. Customer spawner, plane 4. Plane 4 has the NPC spawner in it. So really, we need the parent, which has the transform. I guess we could grab the global transform from the plane, and that would do just fine as well. But I don't feel like doing that. So we'll get the spawner meshes. And the transform is not what we need here. We need transforms, which is a query for transform, which we'll use the entity to get. This is going to be the parent entity. So down here at spawners, spawner meshes.iter.next. So we need to have one. And then let some transform equal transforms.get exit. That's the parent now. Exit parent. else warn, no exit, return. This is like extremely, it's extremely dark. No exit for customer. Customer can never leave. Stuck in Sears department store forever. Okay, so then we get this transform. This transform is what we want. Do you know the difference between audio bundle and audio source bundle? Not off the top of my head. Do you mean in my code or just in Bevy? Oh, right. This needs to be .get because this never works that way, and it will always have a parent. So there's no way that's the correct one. Let's just kill that for a second. The other thing I'll say is if you're using audio, you probably want to use Bevy Kira audio right now. It's a type alias. It's not even a specialization. It's just a type alias. So it is the same thing. There is no difference. But if you're working with audio, generally speaking, if I'm doing anything more than just playing a simple sound, I use Bevy Kira audio. The Bevy audio system or the audio subsystem is being rewritten by a working group right now. So hopefully we'll get some nice advancements there. They're doing like an ECS first audio subsystem, which is really cool. But I don't think it's usable yet. Those aren't supposed to be over here. So cargo run. Virtual grid, place, spawn NPC. Grab the inventory, walk over to the thing, click. I really need to not use arrow keys. I need to set up WASD for the walking around if I'm going to have people clicking stuff. Entity generation, cool. And then it goes. And then theoretically it would leave. That would be the customer leaving. So we have the whole workflow now in terms of like bare mechanics. The customers spawn at an arbitrary location. They come in, we grab their stuff. If we are close enough to the machines, we can make them do stuff. That seemed wrong. Maybe there's a bug there. I should have put a login for starting the work too. Okay, there we go. Maybe I just did it in the wrong spot. And then we can give their stuff back and they leave. We spawn another NPC. We grab their stuff. We go over and we give it. The user still, or the player still seems to have all the inventory, it looks like. Machines get trigger event. So it looks like there may be some. Oh, you know what we're doing? I bet you we're just cloning it out. But overall, this works. And then if you're too far away, you can't interact with this and you get a little notification. Well, it's not a notification, but it's a little symbol. grab the stuff back, give it, and then they run. So what we end up with here is, I think, in kind of an invalid state. It's not really invalid per se, but I think that we end up with things in places that so there's one pen that's processed here, still in the player's inventory for some reason. So I'll have to do a little bit of investigation into that. That's just going to be a little bit of a bug finding. And then, well, I guess I clicked 3 of them, huh? This one is the one that I care about. This inventory. So the washing machine's inventory isn't getting removed at the moment. So when I went back and wrote the processing logic here, query working inventory, this does the work, it's done at some point, this gets the processed items, and then when done, we have this other system, which is interact with machine, and this is probably not draining correctly. Interact with machine, right? Oop, that's not what I meant to do. If player sensor contains machine entity and done, then it goes and starts work. That works. Otherwise, we should be taking the machine inventory and draining it and putting that in the player inventory, which I believe we're doing. So maybe another bug to look at. But overall working. So just a little bit of like, the inventory needs to be, I need to make sure that we're actually clearing out that inventory. Writing a little debug script or a debug UI will probably help with that a little bit, which will make it much easier. So I'll probably write that debug UI before doing anything else. But otherwise, I think that's it for today, for the stream. Pretty happy with where we got. We have a full, like, bare working cycle at this point. So NPCs spawn in, we pick up, you can place machines in different places whenever you want to. You can drop off. At some point, there's no indicator in the game right now, but about 10 seconds later, you can pick up. So hopefully that was enough time. And then the customer gets their stuff and leaves. So there's a whole bunch of stuff in addition to build on top of this. There's, you know, multiple machine types. There's visualizing the machines actually doing work. There's a bunch of Blender, like morph target animations that I want to do for all the machines and things like that. The customer NPC logic isn't that sophisticated. You know, we're kind of just taking whatever, putting it in whatever machine, getting it back, not tracking, you know, which NPC it belongs to. We're doing a little bit of inventory space management where if the numbers don't match up, then it doesn't work. But in this case, everything's good and all the numbers match up. I think we only start running into issues when the machine, which I set to 5, I think overloads on the 3rd customer because we have 2 items per customer. But overall, pretty excited about that for today. Plenty more to do, but I think that's where we'll leave it, and we'll be back again next weekend. So have a great rest of your day, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Join the Discord if you want to hang out. And I will see you on Saturday.